Patience, hi. Welcome on in. I never know. Good morning. How are you? I hope you took a clip of White Panther yesterday's after the raid. She kind of struggled with your name. I think you did, but you know. I listened to her like struggle and I was like, that's a clip. Benny, hi. Again. I do agree with you with we need something harder to design, but I'm not entirely sure that harder to design would be beneficial for you just yet. Will, not just yet. I have the need for one of you to test things out while we here, and both of you have many points. So we have 2.5 new channel points redemption thingy. I kind of want to try them here on the starting soon scene. So you tell me which one you see and if it works. Well, the nighttime kind of doesn't work. We are already on nighttime. Really? All right, so we have this one, which is pretty interesting. It's kind of like the HP hit. Maximilian, hi, welcome on in. Cat, hi, welcome on in. You sick as well? Holy shit. Daytime works. Cool. I want the last one, which is the hue shift kind of thing. I forgot how I called it. I want to make sure that it works, and I think here would be the best check. We'll go back into something different. You said purple, and it works. Holy shit! Damn it! That is so good. Cool. I'm happy with that. So we now have multiple theme colors that can be applied to the stream. The thing that I didn't do is chat text to be black because you know, whatever. So let's just make sure that we are reading chat. So the colors on the background can be changed by you. We now have default, which is the regular red. We have purple, blue, green, and orange. So I'm expecting Stony to spam purple and some of you to spam other colors. So that should work. And besides, I don't know why sometimes it doesn't show on screen, which is weird. Or at least it doesn't show for me. Anyways, and actually, no. The thing that I'm looking for, we didn't talk about that yesterday, but I'm looking for something for JS learning. I think what could be interesting, or technically what I want to do, is create stream widgets that are independent browser source. So that means I need to understand the API, like authentication API of Twitch, and also potentially WebSockets for OBS. So that's a lot of work, and I think that's harder enough, but also something that I like. That would work. All of that. And Cat, you can take the day off, but also, you know, you've been taking days out. Yeah, I don't know why the, I mean, it works for me immediately, so that's cool, but it's not, I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. At least the theme switch work, and I really like that. Ha! Cool. Well, that didn't work. Anywho. Yeah, but you've been having days out, as in, kind of dead and sick, which is not great. Oh, it wasn't called that. I forgot about that. I might change the reward cooldown to be a bit faster, because 10 minutes is... It's kind of long, so let me change that. But you can change colors. Where's that? Here. Oh, that should work. That should work. So we also have this now, the follower count is spinning all the way, all the time, so it drags the eyes and all that shit. And then when we have someone that follows, it spin faster, like yesterday. So that's new. And I'm also building something a bit different. I want to have the faces of the people who follow on stream. So I'm building a bit of a stack. I know that we will rarely have more than 10 followers per stream. So I'm just getting like a stack of 10 that will stack somewhere, I think, right there in the beginning, and then move around depending on which scene we are on. But yeah, building a lot of shit. That's basically it. I'm just building things. Anywho, we have some news for the people who have been here in the past. Denny yesterday asked if we could bring back Assignment Tuesdays, and I wasn't really for it, and then I thought about it, and I think it could be a great thing to bring back, even though not a very popular series. I mean, we've done it for a while, but still, it could be interesting. And so the goal is to help you learn how to use like Figma or Sketch or XD if you're moving to XD, all of that. And so the assignment that I gave to Denny today was this thing, mainly the knob, and he's been working on it a bit, and there are some issues. So the exercise for me right now is going to be to recreate this and see how the prototype can work, because the most tricky thing to do is the prototype. So we'll see. And yes, Kat, that is true. Katrin, hi, welcome on in. How is you? Let me check the this, because right, Denny has been working on something. He's been doing a great job at basically making it visually close or identical. Right, it's pretty nice. Yeah, I did. It's just up. And the thing is, it doesn't really do much. Like, it doesn't go the way that it's supposed to go, and there are reasons. Mainly, I mean, the main reason is that he decided to do one tick by one tick, which is the most impractical thing to do. So we'll do that, but better. Not better, but like cleaner. So we'll see. So this is the source material. As always, if you have been here before, you know how it works. If you don't, we take that, just duplicate it, and we put that inside of a frame. We call that duplicate. And now we have our working space. I will just lock this to make sure that we have the source as a reference guidelines underneath our pixels. And then I will make the image at 60% opacity so that it doesn't really bother me. And then on top of that, let's have a fill that would be, I don't know, maybe pure black to help. Well, you know what? Maybe white could just brighten it up. Could be okay. So, how the fuck do I do that? Usually, I'm taking rules or rulers to make sure that I have my elements on the dot. So this one is here. It has like a half pixel overshoot, so that's fine. In here we have the same thing, right? So that's my value. To make sure that I have my things in the exact same space, I will just do that. I think we can prototype that with conditionals. I think it's a waste of time to do that, but we could. If you really want to. Yes, it's an option. So just quickly placing things without really thinking about it. That is basically it. That's all I need for the rulers. The sides on the knobs, not necessary. So let's just do that. I have two options. I can either do a rectangle that I round or a circle. If I'm thinking about it in terms of how should I build that for the devs, they will probably do something like a div with corner radius. So I'm just gonna do that. Right, align with the fucking knobs, centered to the page, and then here. Cool. So that's my base. What I'm doing usually is I'm putting it underneath the image so that I just have the outline and I can make sure that it's on point. So that thing here, let me duplicate this circle, make it bigger to here, and all around so that we have that. So a rectangle at the top as well. This is going to take this minus this as a subtract, and then this thing is going to take 24. 24 seems to work. These needs to be bigger, so we'll see what we can do with that. But for now, 24 is fine. And then here, the way that I build these, and that's where you had some issues. I'm just taking the colors from the original and then creating a gradient of it. That's about it. That's about it. That's pretty simple. Yeah. That's pretty good to get the same amount of flex, because it's like a knob that is supposed to be concave, right? Really rounded. I'm thinking about adding something that is a teeny tiny bit different than the original. I think the original is a linear gradient, but if we did like a radial gradient that has the opposite colors, so something like this, and making sure that the darker is like way above, the lighter is about here, we get something that is a bit more rounded. That's a detail, but yeah. It's kind of false, but it will do the job. The thing that you have made that is false, though, is this. And this is not centered. That's cool. That's good to know. So this element right here needs something very specific to be able to have the rotation work exactly as we want it. So these two things are supposed to be sort of frame, and then .382. So these are my lights, or I mean, it's supposed to be called a pointer, so let's call that a pointer, or arrow, whatever you want to call them. The reason for this is because the only thing that is going to rotate is the light itself. The rest of the knobs cannot rotate, which is what you've made a mistake on. So when we look at what you have on the element here, the light, right, is coming from the top. And so you have that section that is darker because the light is coming from the top. And when you are doing your rotation, you're basically saying that the light is now going from another angle. That's what I wanted you to notice. So the only thing that will physically rotate while you are rotating the knob is the lead, as you said, leader, pointer, thingy. But it still need to feel like the entire button rotate. So that's why, like here, you have the highlight that is absolutely reversed, and that's not good. So we do that right here to get the lights in the right place, and then the second one can just go away. That way we have that, and we can just rotate this thing that will look like that is rotating properly. So now I think my source in this one can go away. Let's make sure that we have that. It's more likely going to be a radio as well on this one. About there. I think I could make it a bit darker compared to the pixels just for nah, I'm not gonna do the screen. I'm just gonna do the lazy thing of we have a screen. Shit. So from here, what I need now is is the dots around it. So it is technically really simple, right? We just have one of these, and then we can duplicate it, make it bigger-ish, and we now have our dots. If I outline it with not a linear but like a white visible dot, we will have that. And then what I want to do is make sure that this thing is dashed with a dash that is taking 0.1 dot and a gap of, I don't know, we'll see. The gap seems to be 54? Yep, the gap seems to be 54. Chat, hi, welcome on in. Yeah, 54 seems to be exactly what we need. So once we have this, I think 8 or 6 would be better in terms of highlight. And now we have our rotation around the element. I know. You recognize my name from seeing it on someone else's chat. That is neat. Who's someone else? I have two options. I don't know which one I want to do. I think I need to outline it, that's for sure. So let's do that. So Command-Shift-O to outline the dots. And then what we know from here is that each dot has a bit of an outline that is lighter. So they are all basically black, and they all have an outline which is going to be like white at 4% or something, with 1 pixel. So when I'm looking at that now, that should work. Right, really subtle, really simple. We got that. Yeah, this is the goal, Denny. The goal of the assignments is usually just for you to understand how to build something that you are not supposed to build. Like if you're someone who builds software in app design, the likelihood of you building a skeuomorphic knob is kind of inexistent. But it can still happen, and so that's why we're doing this. I forgot these shadows, so we have a very strong one that is gonna be up to here. And chat, how are you? First thing first. And what type of things do you do? Are you a designer? Are you a dev? None of the above? All of that? That shadow is extremely strong, which I don't know if I like. Enders, hi, welcome on in. Backend and frontend, that is neat. Shit, I went too far. That's not identical, but do I give a shit? Kinda no. These are gonna go away because they are not necessary, and so Now we have two options. We need two of these elements to give the highlight in the right spots. So the first one is going to be, I think I need to keep 2 points. I need to do that, but keep, shit, no, I can't do that. Get rid of these 4 and then keep this one for placement. Hear me out. You should do the you should do something different than Tesla dashboard, but yes, do a dashboard at some point. You're a dev who with a love for design. That is good. That is good. So it is an audio plugin interface type of thing. I just found it again today. It's pretty nice. Shit. So now that we have that, let's rotate this to be where it's supposed to be, right there. And then if we want to rotate this, like, let's just do that quickly. We cannot do a full circle. A full circle in the prototype will break it. So in order to make it work, we should do something like a 45-degree rotation every time. So from here we go there, from there we move these points to here. I think just 3 should be good for now, right? Shit. Beige, hi, welcome on in. Did the sound work? I made it to work today, but I feel like it has some issues. I have a bit of an issue on this one. Meaning that this one also have an issue, right? So from here to here, this is not an on click, this is an on drag. Smart animate, whatever, because it's like while dragging anyway, so we should be good. And then the same thing here on drag. So, Anders, the thing is, the assignment Tuesday is what we're doing now officially. Huh. This thing currently doesn't want to work. We could do an on-click for now, just to check if the animation works. I have doubts. Yeah, that kind of works. But that way, then you can see how the background not changing, right? The fact that it stays with the same value is pretty simple. So you can do that with multiple values and all that. It's pretty simple for now. The last thing that we need to do to make sure that things work is ensuring that this dot right here is always black. So this is the same values as before. So you just move that a tad and that's it. That way it stays off. I think, I don't know if I have the pin. Wasn't from today. Was it from today? Yes. It's this website. And they basically are creating VST's plugins. And so they have like a ton of core presentations for plugins that you can use for like sounds and all that. So this one is really simple, so that's why I wanted to start with this one. But yeah, it is really cool. And then I shared something with Denny earlier. Just someone else saying that they have grasped skeuomorphism, and it's kind of the same behavior of playing with shadows and highlights and things. I have a strong feeling that they didn't do how can I say that? They didn't do a prototype to make that work, but it's still really cool. GK, hi, welcome on in. So if you want to check, damn it, that's not the right thing. How are you today? If you want to check this one as well, do that. Check these out. So yeah, so that's basically then how I would have done it specifically. I didn't do the entirety of the details. The shadow is wrong, but whatever. One of the things that we kind of need to have is a duplicate of the highlighted dots. And the reason for that is because once we have these, we can just add an effect of a layer blur, which will have like a layer blur of almost nothing, like 1 or 2, and that layer blur will give us a bit of a highlight on the LED, because these are LEDs, but then on the black one we don't really see the highlight because it doesn't really happen. So that is one of the things that I like to do. Same thing here, the selector, which I haven't changed, needs kind of the same thing. So this one is going to be just a simple thing with a drop shadow that is going to be at 0, 0 and pure white. Yeah, I am. Right now it's like, right, making sure that this thing is Righto. Yeah, cool. I wish Figma did give the same thing, but for some reason, like it doesn't work like it used to be. So that's kind of annoying. It is kind of annoying though. Shit. Why? Hmm. Baffled. Hi, welcome on in. How is you? Have a hard time with chat today. Let me just do that prototype thing again. So that I really need to have that in on drag because it needs to. Needs to move, but the thing is that drag don't work as it used to be. It's kind of sad. Thank you for the switch, theme switch. Appreciate that. I'm thinking chat also needs to have like a bit of a hue shift as well, so we might have to do that. The thing is, it used to be good. If I'm going back to, I think it's on this one. I know the name of the page, but what's this? Like this. You see this? This is an on drag. This is how things are supposed to work. Like you have a really smooth transition in between your elements, and so that, which was for the shadows workshop, that works, but it doesn't work anymore, which is kind of sad because it used to be good. Assignments as in not a course, but something that you can do to train yourself. I don't know if I have. If you do exclamation mark assignment, I have a bit of a message about it, but not much. But yeah, the rotation thing used to work and now it doesn't. So that is pissing me off. I think we can trick the system a bit by doing this. So if I do that, let's get rid of this. that. Get rid of this one, and then that, which is, it's not true, but you know, should be good. If I do this and I say from here to here you have an on drag, that does the same thing, and then from here to here you have an on drag as well. Right, so far so good. And then these blocks are gonna be transparent rectangles, like a white at 1%. It's still there, but yeah. Let's see. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Yeah, that's the trick. So now we have that. It's not exactly right for these highlights. Bitch, I said click on the second two. My bad. So how can I do that? That won't work. I'm thinking about a mask, obviously, but got it. So if I'm getting rid of these, so this one is the let's do 0.1%, like something that is not really visible. I think that can work. I have doubts. I think it can work. Let's see. So if I'm getting, I should have checked that, 4A6, so 490. And then this thing is gonna take rotation, one of these, right? So that we have the dot encapsulated inside. Let's make the start the start. Let's make that here. I'm thinking if we have that element underneath the dots, but we use these. I think we need two. We need one that is pure black, which is what we have, and a second one that is just pure white with the highlights. I'm gonna delete these two because that will be a duplicate. So let's duplicate that, make that underneath, make it black, and then just one technically. We don't need two. We need... This one has the layer blur, so that's my highlights. And this one is the top. Instead of being an angular thing, it should be like pure white. That's it. I started playing around with it and now redesigning a blog page using Bento. That's pretty neat. Yeah, the limitation of bento grids are pretty simple, and that's what makes it interesting. But also, it does 100% make it harder for you to like polish it more. So I do understand that. So if I'm doing that and then highlighting these, rotating that and moving that up, just want to make sure. Oh shit, that's a bit high. So if I'm taking this and I'm doing an on drag to here, does it work? Do we have the highlight off? No. Shit. That's a Figma thing. It used to be good, and they changed something in the prototype, and now we are limited. Ha. I'm not doing much, to be honest. Like, it's really simple things. You don't have to know much to be able to do what I'm doing. Like, these are really simple. These are really simple. The thing that I shared in the past and that have been like kind of showcased, and you've seen that as well. But like the illustrations, like these are more complex. They are kind of the same thing. Like, it is to me as simple, like they really are, just fucking lines, and you just add gradients to your lines. That's it. That's the base. So that is more complex to me, at least, than these. These are really simple. The thing that is pissing me off, though, is the fact that Figma has changed how they do the smart animate thing. It used to be good, and now it is just shit. So it's not the greatest thing. Like the extrusion should work, and now it just doesn't anymore. Like that should just follow the thing, and it's not the case. So I don't like that. But yeah, at least we have something that is kind of making sense. One of the exercise, I know I've talked about it before. Do I have things? I don't have things. One second. Let me explain something that is pretty interesting. If you want to understand light and shadows and things, I have a bit of an exercise for you to do that is like really simple, and that will help you to just understand how to build your shadows and play with them. So I have the workshop that is like in Figma. I will show you that in a second. But one of the things that you can do if you have a phone, Hugo, hi, welcome on in. How are you? This is just a case, but a phone. You can take that, and you have your desk. You put something that is relatively light, preferably if you have like a piece of paper. Do that. Put that on your desk, and then use your phone flashlight to be above your desk. And then from there, by taking your light above your things, you take an element, whichever it is, like I have that, and you put it on the flat surface. And you make sure that your light source is exactly above the element that you have on your surface. Let me do that. Above the, right? Cool. And so from here, one of the things that you can do, and I can't because my eyes are not in the same place, but you can put your phone higher or lower. By doing so, you will see how the shadow itself will move either closer to the element, the thing, or further out. So the workshop that I showed you, I mean, not showed you, but had open a second ago. Where's that shit? Assignments are back, yes. 1 second. That. So the shadow will move based on the placement of your light source. And so technically what happens is the further up your light source is, the further spread you have from your shadow, and the closer to the element your light source is, the more inside your shadow will be. So you can do that physically, and then by moving your light source above or under, you will change the Y positioning of that shadow. So if it's a positive Y, it means the light source is above the element, so it's casting a shadow underneath the element. And then and then if it's a negative Y, it's the opposite. It's like it's just the thing is going further up. So this is the very tiny, simple exercise that you can have with your phone and your flashlight and something on your desk that is casting a shadow, and you will see how things behave. One of the other things that you can then do is, instead of moving your light source, you move your element. And by doing so, it's doing the exact same thing as the spread, but it casts more or less shadow to the surface. So do that exercise if you want to understand how shadow works. And it's pretty simple. It's great. I don't know. And then I feel like I done it in less than 30 minutes. Because just Figma doesn't allow me to do that. Let me see if I have that thing. Now, this was one of the first exercises I had for building a shadow that makes sense. Like, you basically are moving the light source from side to side, and you can see how it's impacting the cube full of shadow. But this is old. This is like 2017, 2018 things. Didn't really bother with anything. But yeah, it's really simple. I don't know if I have another one. No, I don't. Anyways, baffled. You tell me if that helps. I also did this one, which is kind of... It's kind of useful as well. Like having a bit of a matrix, whatever. Grid to understand, like, if you have the increasing spread, you can see how the shadow is just further out, and then if you have a blur of 0, blur of 10, all that. Not really. No, not anymore. We used to be able to, but not anymore. Which is kind of sad. Yeah. The thing that we did yesterday on stream to just understand the shadow alignment and all that is something that we have done in the assignments a while back. So if I'm going back to some of the first assignment that we've done, which basically are knobs, right? The first one is here, and then the knobs that we did, which was the second week, is exactly the same thing as what we had. And at that point, the rotation worked in Figma. I think some people have tried. Hugo, I think Hugo, you've tried to animate them, but yeah. Anyways, some of the exercises you can do are these two things. You have that one for skeuomorphic shadows or divots, and then the second one, which is this one. Same thing, just like recreating these are really simple. Once again, simple for me. To get the effect that you want, and once you have understood, or once you understand how to build these, like specifically these kind of knobs, you have 99% of the 3D-ish, realistic-ish representation that you need to have to create something that looks physical. And yeah, I think you did. I think you did. Aiden, hi, welcome back. How are you today? That is a black screen. Yeah, you did. You did the other side as well. I mean, technically, I do feel like the animation today are just fucked. Like, things are not supposed to. You see how like things used to work, and now it doesn't. Oh, you did that? Oh, cool. Anyways, not me just doing that. You're still in school, Aiden? I thought you finished, stopped things. I'm probably wrong. So, Denny, for the details and the thing that I wanted you to figure was the highlight on the knob itself to make sure that it stays the same and stay relevant everywhere. And then the second thing was the way that I build these, right? Making sure that I'm using the dash instead of doing anything else. That helps to just have single dots. You could have done them in a different way, which is the other options, which I kind of like to do sometimes, which you just create one. Same thing that I did for the leader thing. You create one, and then you create its exact opposite. Make sure that it's aligned. And then these two, this is now where you duplicate them and rotate based on like an increment. And now you're good. And you have two and you can do the entire thing. Ginny, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? There is no rules for the shadow for buttons, for example, but the regular thing that we are saying is the light source is most of the time going to be at 90 degrees on top of the screen. So in any space, you're trying to make the light source make sense. And so thinking that it is like 90 a bar, like the URL bar is a neon light that shines light on the entire website. So from here, for example, you would have like a bit of a highlight at the top and all of that. So that could work when we've done the buttons here. The way that I'm doing my highlights and shadows in a general term, it's the same thing. I have my highlight at the top of the button and my shadows underneath, and it's not at the 45-degree angles or whatever. It's really, really subtle, and it's just here to highlight the elements, but not more than that. It's always straight up from the top. One of the things that you could do if you wanted something that is realistic, if you have instead of a neon light that is taking the entire URL bar, you can have a light dots, meaning that if you have a website, let's do that real quick. If you have a website like this, and then you have like a button here, bitch, you have a button here and a button here, which shouldn't happen, but whatever. And this is, let's say this is red, this is my light source. Maybe this is a bit too much of a distance for anyone to see what I'm doing. But if we do that in terms of specificities, right, it means that my light source is here and it's shining a light there. So this one should be at 45 degree. And then this one is the same thing on the other side. So we should have, let's do that. Red. So instead of being here, my shadow at -2, this one is going to be there. And that's how you should position your lights, but that is annoying as fuck. So I wouldn't recommend that. Ah. Give me access on that if you want me to take a look. Navigation has a shadow, but logos and other parts don't. If we have a light source, all of them should have shadows. Yeah, kinda. Well, then you will know next Tuesday. I'm not gonna give you what we are supposed to do next Tuesday on a Friday. So this one, for example, you made it at a bit of a 45, right? As you said, if the logo, like technically your light source is about here, it shines some sort of a 45 degrees. I would rather have a vertical, like, shadow on this rather than a 45, but yeah. And to answer the question of all of them should have a shadow, no. If you, once again, if you look at your desk, some elements, I mean, my desk has multiple layers of stuff. Like my mic is above everything, and I have my big ass light sources and all that. All of the things that are touching the desk surface have a shadow, but it's so subtle that it's not really visible. Anything, anything that is raised, like a button or navigation or something, will then have a more prominent shadow, and these are the things that needs to have more of a visible shadow. The use of shadow in design, specifically in websites, the goal is to highlight technically the elements that you want the user to see or take a look at. So if you want the user to click on your logo, you will raise it from the background with a shadow or something. But usually it's not the case. Usually you want the user to click on the buttons. So you would do that. And as I said, if you think of your light source as the URL bar on most of the browsers, you should be good with a very vertical shadow type of thing. But yeah, I get it. How are you, Ollie? How was your stream yesterday? I saw the notification this morning when, well, you were not streaming. I don't know. I don't hear the music. That's the thing. Music is fullmoonparty.mov. Alright. I don't know. I can't hear it, sadly. You found a wild Stony. Stony woke up, and then I think he just went back to sleep. It's fine. It's fine. So if you want to do the assignments, the assignment Tuesday for next Tuesday, let me just find the image thingy so that you have access to that thing directly. Yeah. You're still in bed? Isn't it like 10 in the morning for you? So let's do that. I should have clicked the button. You can do that. You have a bit of a weird non-schedule thing, Ollie. You are almost aligned with me sometimes. It's kind of weird. Anywho. So, for example, here, some of the things that are physical that needs to happen, but they haven't, is the screen cannot, in a physical world, cannot be flush exactly with the rest of the body. Like when you think about it in the physical, you still have a teeny tiny amount of highlight at the top and all of that. So what I'm going to do is add a stroke inside that will be black as well to just have the outline. And then on top of these, we're going to have a bit of fun. So this thing is going to be white on top, and it's going to be linear gradient that is going to be just here with a bit of highlight right there. And then we are going to have another pure white radial gradient that is going to be right here. That thing is just highlighting the inside to give us a bit of a physicality, let's say. And we could have a bit of a duplicate of that element in our corners to highlight them a bit better. So that gives us a bit more physical things to play with. That thing could have like a bit of a drop shadow with like a 0.5, a 1 in blur, a pure white thing that give us the plastic highlight. When you're looking at things like I don't have shit on my desk. I mean, your phone is kind of a good representation of that. But when you're looking at it, if you don't have a case, your phone at the bottom, there is a teeny tiny slight highlight of the border, the screen, like the difference in between the screen and the metal or plastic that you have. So that's basically that highlight right there, which right now is kind of strong. I think like 8% could work. I could duplicate it to make it a bit stronger with a 0.2 and a 0.5 in blur, so that's just the slightest of highlights, right, to give us the physical. All of these details, right, are not going to be extremely visible when you think about it in terms of how the user will perceive that, specifically because it depends on their screen. But if they have a good quality screen, these details will show up, and that's what we like. There's one of the things that we have seen in the past, which is like highlighting corners specifically for glass, where we do things like these, like random, specifically placed arcs that are gonna take the corner themselves. Then we make that white with a bit of an effect, which is a layer blur, to just have that highlight. I could do that technically. That gives you the bubble effect on the corner for your screen. Small details. Let me check that. Yeah. It's pretty good. You did a switch in terms of how you made it. You made the highlight a radial gradient, where I did the shadow as a radial gradient. I mean, it's kind of the same thing anyways, but yeah. Really simple, as you can see. So that is good. And yeah, details like these are what will stand out later. But as I said, if I'm looking at that page in pixelated view, which is what people will see, you are losing a lot of the details, and like the fall off of that shadow or highlight right here just doesn't exist in pixelated. It's just a straight 1 pixel, 10% opacity white. I could do that directly, but using the pixelation to have a fall off that is more natural is pretty interesting. That's a thing that I haven't really explained in the, I mean, I have explained it in the past, but it's kind of simple. If you think of a pixel, right? pixel is this, and a half pixel doesn't exist. Like that's not a thing. Right? You cannot be off the grid for half pixel. The way that this work, like in how they are represented, if I do 0.1 right here, and then let's move that, so 0.2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, cool. Amy, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? 2.3, I should do that. 0.4, 0.5, 6. This is a great exercise to understand how things behave. 9, and then this one is going to be 1. Cool. So this is my scale. I'm going to put that in pure white. If I pixelate the scale, a half pixel doesn't exist. So what happens is the screen, interesting. The screen is basically taking the value of like the pixel and using that in opacity scale. So if I were to create like a rectangle right here, which would be pure white, and then my 0.1 is going to be a 10% opacity, you can see how close it is. So 20, not 2, 20, 30, 40. Right? They are kind of close. They are not exactly the same. Like these two are in between. But basically what the software is doing is doing that in opacity to make sure that you get a value that makes sense, right? This is the rendered in vector shape. And this is what I get when I'm pixelating that specific thing. If I were to do, instead of doing like a 1x, I'm doing a 2x, it's a bit more, not more, it's less opacified, but still. I don't think I want to do that, Lenny. I don't think so. Maybe not a James thing. I don't know. Good. I didn't really relax, but I couldn't do anything else than do nothing, lately. So let's say I relaxed. So yeah, so that's a way of thinking about half pixels. Remember, half pixels don't exist. But when you have like a 0.2, it will basically use the color that you have chosen with an opacity of 0.2, which is pretty, it's good to know. It's good to know. So that's why we have these things that in pixelated, it's just like one fucking thing, but it's just a highlight that works. What is this? This is pretty simple as well. This, going back to what we've done, I closed it. Why the fuck did I close that? Where you at? There. Right? This is the same thing. Like doing these effects in Figma. Like when you zoom on it, it looks like shit. When you zoom out.
Atakambakix is just resubscribed for 16 months. Sue.
Atakan, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? Thanks a lot for the resub. For 16 months. That's a lot. So you can see how from far away it's fine. Anyways, these are fun. These are fun exercises that you can have and you can tweak. Like here, for example, I would do so much more small details. Like I would have a stroke at the top that would be white right there, specifically here. Or technically it could be like it could be a shadow instead, but yeah, I would do that like here with a highlight. Right there. Just I'm good. I'm pretty good. We have a bit of an issue with Figma itself being Figma and not doing the thing that that is supposed to do when it comes to like highlights, like transitional states. But yeah, it's fun to see how things are like highlighted now with all these tiny details. So yeah. One of the things that is fun, fun as in could be interesting, let's say that. When you think about knobs in a lot of places, some of them have these ridges like that. And so these ones are the most annoying one to create if you want to have the effect of rotation, physical rotation. Because the one that I just did, right? This one is really simple. It's just the highlight that just moves around on the elements, and so that's really simple. But if you have like ridges on the outside of your knobs, you need to highlight each individual notches in the ridges and rotate that with the right light. And this is just impractical. So the way that we do that is with shadows instead of doing like gradients. If I'm doing that, let me do one of these. And Atakan, this is for the new Assignment Tuesdays things. I don't know exactly how I can say that. Right, if we have these ridges around our elements, and this thing is going to be pure black, right? Something like this. If you do an inner shadow that is white at the top, you know what, let's make it red so that it's visible. The benefit of a shadow or an effect shadow is when you are rotating your shape, your highlight is staying, I mean your shadow itself is staying in a very specific position because the shadow is defined by math, and so it stays the same. Whereas if I had done that with not an inner shadow but a stroke with an highlight at the top, right, like so, then my rotation, you can see that at some point my highlight is at the bottom. So you can tweak these with the effects, which is good. But it works in Figma. It doesn't work in CSS, which is kind of sad. I don't really know how to implement these things in code. I think it would work in some app. Like iOS native app should probably be good Android as well with Kotlin, but I think in code like CSS and HTML, I think that would be fucked. But yeah, it's a thing. So you can always have these effects added on top of content, and in that way you have like the right highlights in the right spots. But damn, it's a lot of detail. Like these things. Ah. Like this one has, if you think about it, you have a light source that is the screen right there that highlight the side. You have the natural light source that is on the other side. So you have two light sources that are competing with each other and need to work. And so these things are gonna be masks and radial gradients shapes that highlight the elements, and that's the only way you can have that working. But it's a mess. It's a mess, but it's great. It's good to know. It's good to know. Damn, this website is cool. Anywho. That was the thing. So we are starting back the assignment Tuesdays. That's the point of this announcement stream today. Making sure that you are aware that it exists, that you are potentially interested. I don't know. So join the Discord to know what is the current assignment. You can share that in the Assignment Tuesday channel. And I'll do my best to pick something that is challenging but not impossible to do. I think we'll start with something simple like this one. Like this knobs is pretty simple. And we'll move on to something a bit more complicated, like the chrome effect that I just shared earlier. And then maybe I have one that I'm looking at. I'm thinking about it. It's been 3 days of me thinking about it. I might do it. It's pretty nice. It's pretty simple. I'm thinking about it. This one is really clean. The thing that takes the most time would be the chrome, like carbon fiber things, like all of these textures right there. That is gonna just take ages. These ones are fine, but yeah. I mean, I don't know if I would do this one in 10 minutes, knowing that the car in the previous cars, like this one took me 3 hours, this one took me 5. This one I didn't finish. But yeah. Ashley, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How do you feel? Still awake? Not awake? All that? It's no good. Yeah, these are simple. Simple things. This one I just didn't finish the thing.
Eclipse_FKA is now following.
Eclipse, thanks for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. And thank you for the person check. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. So yeah, these things are like really simple. When you think about it from the point of view of the picture, I'm usually taking things that are kind of vector-like the highlight here, really simple. Like it's a polished version of the car itself. It has been like edited to make sure that it works. You look for Figma on Twitch, that only me. That's not only me. I think we are like eight people that has the Figma, like the Figma thing. There is not that many layers. I mean, I know it sounds like it is, but it's not that much in total. Like in these illustrations, it's mostly feels like gradient feel that are taking over. Like you just have these are as outlines, and then when you are here, like that thing has way too much different feels in really small places that just do the highlights and all that. So it's most likely going to be the feels that are like duplicated over and over again, rather than the layers themselves. I don't know if I have the glass. Like the glass is one of the best examples that I have for that, because the amount of layers, it's not much. You have 7 layers. Yeah, you have 7 layers, and many shadows, effects, things on top of everything. It's just 7 layers. It's simple. It's simple. So for now, I'm gonna give you things that are like kind of easy to do. From what I've kept, like these ones, even though I don't really like the style itself, because this feels off. The shadow is way too strong. But there are things in my Pinterest that are pretty simple to recreate, and that could be the beginning. I think the one that I like the most, shit, that's one too many cap. The mail.ru, bitch, where you at? Like these ones, they are made in Figma, and I love everything that they do. The VK design team, they have worked on so many different things. Like these are made in Figma, not in 3D, and I love that. So this one is really simple. This one is fucking annoying. I tried, but it's impressive, and it's kind of simple as well to create. So all of the things that they have, like I think this one is like 3D. but yeah. You can play with that and recreate these things. Yeah. I mean, creating that's pretty simple, but yeah. I think the newest, I think Skew is the one that that works. Yeah. Yeah, Skew is the one that will make things work, but for free. We used to have another one, but now, yeah. Have a good rest of your day, Daddy. Thanks a lot for stopping by. I appreciate that. I find you something that is pretty and pretty challenging for you to do. Do the rest of the assignments that are in the channel, and then we'll move to something different. But yeah, I do agree that 3D things inside of Figma is kind of complicated. Like this one is pretty cool. This one is really simple to do. It's just one rotation. I don't know. The super easy one are the one that I shared in the beginning. So, shared in the beginning. I think this one. Yep, that's the super easy one. Do I use Eagle? Eagle for inspiration thing? Nope. I used to. And then I moved to Pinterest. Which I think is better. I mean. The only thing that you need to copy is this. So you don't really have a... You won't have a hard time. Fuck me, that took me a while to say. Like... Let me show you how. If I'm getting...
Juicy Pumpkin is now following.
Juicy Pumpkin, hi, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? If I'm getting this, and I'm getting the same background, technically I should have done the black version, which is the same, but whatever. Right? And then I'm getting a shadow. And that shadow is an inner shadow. And it has a blur of 20, an X and Y of 18, an opacity of 100%, which is kind of wrong, but whatever, and a color of 223. Yeah, that's kind of wrong. Then you basically have the same thing. And then the secondary option is the secondary shadow right there, which is going to be another inner shadow but reversed. And so this one is going to be a blur of 20, and then instead of 18, it's minus 18, and the color is 333. That gives us this. So yeah, you found me on Discord. That's nice. Have a good out of bed time. What do you do, Juicy Pumpkin? I like your name. Are you a designer, dev, none of the above? I don't know, things like this. So yeah, you should be good, GK, on the recreating these. The second one that I shared, bitch, where you at? This one, which is more interesting in my views, to grasp how things work, is kind of simple. Like, right, that's the base. Let's just do that. And so we have 4 of them. Right. You're a photographer. Interesting. What type of photography do you do? I haven't been taking pictures lately, but I have too many Instagram accounts. I have one for flowers and one for buildings. Wedding photography is pretty common. You want the mom logo in their styles? Damn. All right. Let's see if I can. Shit, that's tiny. Well, technically, if I'm thinking about it properly, the squiggle is gonna be a divot. It's gonna be like further down, and then the mom, the 4 letters are gonna be raised from the rest of the background. So that means these are gonna have the same color as the background, and then have I think I'm gonna go with something like this for the letters and something like this for the inners. So this thing is gonna be let's do my inner shadow first. So that's my highlight in white. The fact that I'm really close to the floor is not really good. Also, the fact that this is tiny doesn't help. And then we have a secondary one that is gonna be the inner inverted. So it's gonna be here. It's gonna be black to raise it. And this one is gonna be that. Yeah, you get something. Yeah, I don't think it can be clicked. And stuff, they are public in the Discord. And it's gonna be the assignment Tuesday. So if you're here on Tuesday, you will have access to the link directly. But most of them are gonna be posted in the assignment Tuesday channel. Like the one for today is this one, and yeah. Today is the announcement, and then on Tuesday we will have the real one. But yeah, it is public. The goal is to help you learn faster and understand how to use your tools. So I'm doing everything inside of Figma because that's the tool that I'm using, but I do recommend you to use the tools that work for you. So if you are someone who uses Sketch, do that in Sketch. If you're someone who uses XD, use XD. Like, I'm not really telling you to do whatever. It's just like, this is what I use. If you use the same thing, that's cool. If you don't, that's cool as well. Don't give a fuck. I also do prototyping, yes. Yes. It's fun. These ones are gonna need... These ones are gonna need a slight layer blur, like a 1 to fall off in the background, and then we also need some sort of a shadow to match the divot. It's kind of, this one is kind of strong.
Star4Js is now following.
Yeah, interesting. I appreciate the follow. Thanks a lot for that. How did you find the stream, by the way? Yeah, this is kind of weird. I feel like the overall squiggle is not good. Mainly, I think the main issue that I have is the color itself just doesn't do it. It kind of needs to be like a less strong thing. That's kind of better, but it's still... still not great. Yeah. That's the... I guess that's the closest thing. It would be like a mix of these two. Like, if you think about it like that. Most of them, and most of the time, these things are basically just shadows on top of shadows. Not much more than that. Yeah, it's kind of close. This is, yeah, I think this is neumorphic. Kind of, I mean, it's skeuomorphic. You can call that realistic, you can call that however the fuck you want. It's something. Hmm. I'm not the creator of these. I think the creator of these styles, um, I really think they are the people who created VSTs, like the VST plugins, like Winamp and all of that. But that's a long time ago. Like some people have been claiming creating these things, and I hate these people for that. But yeah. You can't claim something that someone else has built as your own. That just doesn't make sense to me. That outline is strong, like really strong. See how in 3 effects, like I just have a radial to highlight the top and a drop shadow to create the highlight of the divot, and we good. So yeah, I feel like, yeah, when you think about it, the transition from kind of flat 9, I guess macOS 9 is you know what, 8, like these. I was born on these things, so that's that, right? You can see how you have a bit of a gradient and shit to give you physical traits, and it was limited by the quality of the screen that you had. So there's the 72 dpi that we used to have, limiting the amount of pixel that we had, all of that. Like maybe even macOS 6 in the previous version in black and white, we used to have shadows as straight bars to help with that. So that transition basically was what happened. But you can see that this one already have some sort of raised elements, but not as much details. And then the transition from macOS 9 to macOS 10, which was the Aqua system, that's where we started to see a lot more highlight. You can see in the Apple logo right there. So this is probably, I guess, macOS X, macOS 10, probably when things have been like moving toward more or less physical shine. And this was like 2001. So yeah, that's a long time ago. And that's, as I said, I was born on that. The first Mac that I had was the Mac 2. I forgot how it's called. No, not even. I think it was the before one. The classic. Was it the classic? Yeah, that was the one that I had when I grew up. I grew up on that. That thing was in black and white. Needed like 2 or 3 floppy disks to start, and still crazy. It was nice. Anyways, these things used to be like really sharp and pixelated and all that, and as you said, yes, it does look modern now because there's like a bit of a resurgence of pixel art, so that's a pretty cool thing. This one is kind of small radius thing. So this one is a shadow plus a reversed of these two. So it's effect plus effect. One of them, drop shadow, is going to be a -4 at the top. The top is gonna be dark, the bottom is gonna be white with way less opacity. Let's do 8. Shit. That's not enough.
Flex_FR is now following.
Flex, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find stream? Are you French? With that FR? And then you just duplicate these two, and instead of being drop shadow, they are going to be inner shadows. And you're done. This is simple. Right? Kind of similar. I feel like this one is kind of strong in terms of transparency for the ring. Yeah, that's good. I appreciate it, Enders. And as always, if you are new here and you don't know who I am, what I do, I answer questions, design related questions. So if you have any design related question, feel free to ask. There is no wrong question, no bad question, or dumb questions. At some points you had to start, or at some points there are things that I didn't know either, and I had to learn. So I'm here to help you to avoid the mistake that I have made in the past, and make sure that you are better than me next year. So yeah, ask all the questions you need or want. I'm here to help. This one is it's a duplicate of this, but instead of having the highlight, it doesn't, which is kind of sad. It do though have a bit of a secondary inner highlight there. So that's what happens. Yeah, it's gonna be hard. Props, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Yeah, these rings around them are stronger than the one that I'm creating. I think it's a bit more subtle on my side than the original ones, but we had a bit of a chat about shadows and texture and creation of physical looking things earlier, and so right now we're just like pushing things a bit better. This is an exercise that I used to do often to understand how the physical things work inside of a vector-based tool, and I'm just playing around at that instant. Not doing much specific, but yeah, these are so easy for me. Sorry, GK, I know you're looking, but still, these are easy. That's better. Cool. The ring here is debatable in terms of... Don't stop, it's fine. It's easy. It is easy. Does that... I want to test something. Does that work while we do? Cool. Didn't think that would work. It does. Yeah, that ring is it's kind of halfway simple. August, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How was your day? And all that. I think if I'm doing a center version of that with like 3 pixels? Yeah, 3 pixels. You fine, don't worry about it. Let's get rid of that. Let's make sure that my shadow is showing behind. It's gonna be at 0, 0 with a blur of 12. Let's make that 100%, and let's make that white. I feel like that it's pretty good. 20. That is good. I appreciate it. I feel like the transparency could be lowered a tad. Right. So this one is pretty interesting. It's just an outline, so we don't have anything inside. We could have done an inner shadow with negative spread. I mean, it's an inner shadow, so with a positive spread. And it would have worked as well, but this way, with just a ring, it means that it can be on top of something else and kind of go through, and it's fine. But yeah, this is more or less skeuomorphism, neumorphism, kinda. Like if you neumorphism is most likely this, and that's where you will find these elements. Skeuomorphism is kind of more realistic, I think. I mean, this one is set in skew, but yeah. Glassmorphism is really different though. Like glass is glass. So it's basically just a shape on top of with a blur. Like you have these effects, but these don't really exist. So yeah. Yeah, skew is it's really complicated to define for me because the names don't really align with what they are. Like, I would say skeuomorphism is more or less textured realistic. So when you think about the book app on iOS, like the old shit, I forgot the space. Like this one, like realistic shelf with textures of wood and all of that. The note app that used to have the scratched or shredded paper at the top, with the leather texture, all of that. That is kinda what I would call skeuomorphism, but yeah. So neomorphism or neumorphism is like the in between. It's taking the flat design and just adding a bit of shadows. Yeah, I will kill people who has a fucking player. Oh, it's you. Cool. My bad. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true as well. I guess I guess, yeah, I guess you could say that. And August, yeah, the VK design team is just, it's crazy. Sorry, that took me a while to answer. Neobrutalism is really cool, but it doesn't really have the same reach than the rest. I mean, that sounds weird, but we have made like the retromorphism thing, which is kind of similar to neobrutalism in terms of texture and behavior for like the buttons and all the things. These are pretty simple components. The glass boopism, because we just love to create thing with ism at the end. The same thing, like that's just transparency and blur. That is interesting. This one is kind of similar, the to be named, because to neobrutalism, basically what you have with neobrutalism is you get rid of transparency and shadows. But yeah, these are really cool, simple things, and you get like a design that just works with accessibility and visibility for all elements. We do like them. Yeah, we've been doing like a ton of things. Like this is kind of skeuomorphic 3D-ish thing. Kinda. Finite, hi. Happy New Year to you too. I do. I feel better for now. It's kind of crazy, the effect of steroids on the body, like the speed at which I recovered. That, yeah. But it feels fine right now. I hope the effect are not wearing off like in a week, because I'll be dead. But yeah, like I went in, I couldn't really walk by myself, and then 2 days later I was fine. So that's a good thing. Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't I don't know if it was the same. Maybe it was. But yeah, we did like 3 days, 2 days of observation, 3 more days, 2 days of observations, make sure that I was fine. I came back, I'm good. I went to the gym yesterday, less load than usual, just to keep it safe. I am sore everywhere because 2 weeks no activities and then just go back into the gym. Neat. But yeah, no, that was not the greatest experience, but now I feel fine. I still have some brain function that to me don't work as well as it used to. But we're good, we're good. So for now, it's better. I will go back to the gym tomorrow, and see how things work. Like right now, I am sore in my forearms. Both of them, not just the right one. So that died again. Fuck me. Ah, for fuck's sake, my chat on the iPad died. But yeah, 2 weeks of inactivity was kind of strong. I did like push-ups and squats in my hospital room because, right, that's the best thing that I could do, or the only thing that I could do. And yeah, I still have like sharp pains in my leg when I climb up the stairs. Like there is a very specific angle at which I guess it's the insertion of my muscle tendons are just stretched in a weird way, and that just shoots straight up. So that, now I know, it's fine. But yeah, and I pinged you on the Discord for the plugin because I didn't understand shit when I went to, not even here. Like I'm going to your GitHub repo to check, and I wanted to get that. And me being me, not understanding GitHub, I didn't see that shit. I was reading these to make sure that I find the release, and I couldn't find release, so that took me a while. Then Steph helped, so now I know. Now I know for the rest of the plugins. And GK, yes, that is true. You lose about a leg worth of weight. Anyways, I hope you're good, Finite. I hope all is fine for you as well. This one is simple. Yeah. Really simple. Just so you know, we rarely ban people for what they say, unless they say shit out of the blue. So I think the only person that really got out of the stream was saying things that they took us by surprise. It was like 2 years ago now, but that person was pretty nice in chat most of the time, and then one day they just snapped and they said things that they shouldn't have said, and then they went out. But knowing you are joking 99% of the time. The jokes that you're saying are against the French, so you're good. And yeah, I don't think you're gonna get banned ever. It could, but I don't think so. I don't think so. It is always allowed to bully the French. Yes, 100%. That, if you're new here, bully the French. I am French, for those of you who don't know. That's why you are absolutely allowed to do so. Shit. That's close, not exactly true. Nobody likes the French. Even the French don't like the French. I think the Canadian, I mean, it's not I think, the Canadians speak the true French. Which is kind of nice. What the fuck is this? Just that? Okay, cool. I hope you enjoy Bordeaux. Bordeaux. No, bitch, not that. I'm trying to do that faster, but doesn't seem to work. Oh, I did the other one. Shit. This one is this one. And that one is gonna be reverted. Yeah, somewhere around here. I do live in Japan, yes. I did my best to go the furthest away I could from France. I think I did good. I feel like it's pretty nice. Yep. Here you go, you have the right timing. Pretty much. Something's not right here. There is a need for a bit of a gradient on the fill. Just a smidge. Give us more fur. Why Japan? Because of my ex. I was with a girl for 5 years. I mean, with a girl before COVID, and then COVID happened. We stayed together long distance, and then Japan reopened, so I went back here, and yeah. Last year in January we broke up for obvious reasons that I haven't shared on stream, for obvious reasons, and yeah. And now I'm just living here because I felt kind of weird. The memories I had of Japan were linked to a person that now I have like a bit of a bad memory of. So I said, you know what, let's go there and make better memories, like things that are happier memories, and just loving it here, even though I've been spending 2 weeks in the hospital for the past, well, 2 weeks. Other than that, we're good. Other than that, we're good. Ooh, that's bad. But yeah, Japan is pretty cool, and one of the other reasons why is I feel at peace around here. Is a really interesting thing for me, but like everything is just better around here for me. It's just the weather is good for my liking. The people are kind. The behaviors and the culture is really close to what I hope the rest of the population would do. So yeah, it's just good. I don't know. Not really know how to explain it. It's just I feel great. Yeah, I mean, it was exactly 3 months after I came back here. So yeah, I came back in November 2022 when October 2022 when the border reopens, and then in January I just decided to not see each other again. So yeah, that's kind of similar. Yeah, it's just great. I do have a hard time speaking Japanese though. I'm not gonna lie here. That's that it's kind of strong. I think I did everything. Some of them are kind of softer than the others, but yeah. We haven't added the other inner shadow here to highlight the top. Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Finch Charming
Finch.
just resubscribed for 8 months. Nerd.
Hi. How have you been? How was your stream? Your non-comeback streams yesterday? Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate that. I know it's not a comeback. And props, that's a pretty true and false thing. It really depends on you. Gaswell, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? Yeah, I was in the hospital for 2 weeks. That's why I didn't stream for a while. But yeah, no, the Japanese people don't really like the foreigners that are basically the Logan Paul of foreigners. There is a lot of foreigners, specifically Americans. I don't know, it's, you know, it's kind of that are coming in and are just behaving in the way that they behave in their country, which makes sense, right? You're on vacation, whatever. And they don't really respect the culture and the environment and the people around them. They just expect things to work. And so these foreigners, people don't really like them. And the sad thing is, because of these really loud minority of tourists, because they are tourists, not foreigners coming in, most Japanese have a bit of an assumption on other foreigners, and so yeah, you don't look Japanese, you're probably a foreigner. If you're probably a foreigner, you're probably one of the annoying ones, so they are careful around you. But as soon as you have interaction with them, with like not proof, but like if you show that you are interested in the culture, if you show that you are interested in following the rules of the country that you're in, trying to adapt and be there for the country, they are fine with you. But yeah, it's kind of complicated otherwise. You see, you moved to Australia from Germany. That's interesting. I am also very single here. I've had the hardest time ever to make friends, which is also the fact that I'm doing things online most of the time. Doesn't help, but yeah. But yeah, no, overall, like, Japanese people are pretty, I mean, pretty open. It really depends where you are and who you are talking to. I'm 100% sure that if you know, like, Is it in Spain? I think it's in Spain that a lot of cities are against tourism um, because of the damage that it did to the city. I think it's Madrid or something like this, but it's kind of the same thing. Like, there are a lot of places in the world where tourists are not really welcome, and like Japan is a very Japanese environment. Like, um, Japan on itself is just Japanese people with Japanese people, and that's about it. Whereas when you think about like France or America or other things, you have different type of ethnicities that exist in the environment. So in Japan, if you don't look Japanese or Asian, you um, are a tourist, even if you've been living here for 10 years. So you will never be considered as Japanese, even if you're like half the people that are half Japanese, half whatever. They don't really look Japanese, and so they have like a bit of a hard time being included. But that's just because of how Japan is a fucking island, and it's just Japanese people in there. So yeah, I don't know. But also, if you drink and you speak Japanese, Japanese people are your friends. So that happens. And Texo, hi, welcome in. The Logan Paul situations in Japan was just Logan Paul being in his shock era and trying to make as much shock as possible to be noticed. So it worked. PewDiePie being living here, having a kid here, raising the kid in Japan, all of that, and the love for Japan that he has is way different. Like, it's really respectful, and he's trying to speak Japanese, like learn the culture and all that. That is, I think, why it is very different. But yeah, I don't know. And for me, like that, I'm reading chat in as a delay because I can't read fast. Me being very single, right there, um, is I've been trying to like date Japanese people, not really happening. And the fact that I don't go out, I feel like clubs are not for me, and I don't drink on my own. I drink with friends, but because I don't have friends, I don't drink, so I can't make friends because Japanese people just drink. And then now that I've been like diagnosed with a very chronic disease that alcohol and high consumption of sugar doesn't help, my drinking will probably be reduced to almost zero. So yeah. And only, yes, parasocial is basically my main social interactions. So yeah. And yeah, guys, well, there is a lot of good Japanese movies that exist that you will never see outside of Japan. But I don't have the ability to go watch them because there is no subtitle on Japanese movies for obvious reasons when you're in Japan. Because people understand what is said. So right now, if I go to the cinema to watch a Japanese movie, I would just understand 30% of what happens, and that's not good. So I can't do that. I can't do that. But yeah. And Texo, I used to be in France, so maybe when you started watching me, if you started watching me a while back, I don't know. Um, Probably not. I looked when you followed. Probably not. I've been in Japan for the whole time. Uh, there are co-working spaces, yes. Um, GK, but also I don't. I mean, I'm a weird working person, right? I need this, and this with me to work on my Mac because my Mac has a French keyboard, so I can't type on that. And then it's plugged to my lights and my shit and all that. And I'm streaming at 6 p.m. almost every day. So just thinking about the fact that I need to unplug everything to go to a co-working space to work for like 3 hours to potentially meet someone and talk to someone, it's just too much work for no reason. So not doing that. But there are co-working spaces, yes. Like the company that I'm trying to apply for or to at whatever is has their office in a co-working space rental type of thing. So that's a thing. Yeah, Finch, that is also true for deaf people, but I can't do that. Um, the 7-Elevens here are good as well. I don't know Thailand. I've never been there. It's close by for now, but might go in vacation at some point. Um, but I know that the 7-Eleven in Japan are better than the 7-Eleven in the US from what people have said. So then yeah, home setup is just better than everything all the time. So oh yeah, and GK, I don't drink coffee, so that doesn't that doesn't work either. I'm a weird type of person in terms of drinking habits. So for now, I am non-freelancing, non-working for a company. I don't have a job. That's why you have timers in the chat that tells you that you can hire me if you want. Like, I didn't even know that Carrefour was a thing in China. Damn. Didn't think it could be, but yeah. I mean, not no sugar. I have so much sugar. There you go. I mean, um, you've seen that in the past. You've seen my socials. I just added a new fucking Instagram account because that's that's me, where I just share the cakes that I eat. So yeah, no one is following me, which is good. But yeah, I eat way too much sugar. That is the truth. I can't deny that. It is bad for my health. Vision's Goblin didn't work? Holy shit. Is it 2 Bs? Does it work? I don't see the thing pop on screen. That's the yeah, it doesn't. I don't get it. Let me restart Atom just in case. Just in case. And the donkey song is really something, yes. It worked, but that, I mean... Don't redeem anything, please, for a second. Does that work now? Yes. And now it works. Cool. I don't know. I don't know if it's a me thing. It's an OBS thing. Sometimes it just doesn't want to work. Does my shit? That's the wrong button, bitch. It's my themes changes work. No. Interesting. Ah, yeah, no, that makes sense. Whatever. Forget about it. I don't think it's a delay thing. I think it's the way that I set up the theme switcher. Like, I don't think like that. That's such a subtle change for Orange. I don't know if it's good. If I do that, yeah, it needs to be set first, and then I can't. It's just a button to reset it. Fine. Anyways, forget about it. It's okay. What are we talking about? I forgot. I know we were here. We did that. It's pretty simple. And GK, as you said, it's interesting to see how things are built. Just know that these are basically effects. And that's it. So... don't even know if that works. There is a lot of delay on my iPad and my phone for chat. I don't get it. I don't get it. Fix that. So yeah, as always, if you have any questions, design questions, feel free to ask. I'm here for that. You can also do them with layers, if that's interesting, or if you want to. Redmo, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? It's been a while. We have been out for a while, so yeah. Glasses are these ones, just because today is a white-ish day. These ones are like light pink, so cool. Yeah, since last year, indeed. So GK, one of the things that I was about to say is here, like this one is made with shadows, but if you wanted to, you could create the same type of effects with multiple layers and still have like something that is similar-ish, kinda. It's a bit more complex, but it's feasible. And Redmer, I'm pretty good. I'm out of the hospital. I've been in the hospital for 2 weeks, from Christmas to the beginning of this week, and now it's good. Now it's fine. I'm just been diagnosed with a chronic illness, so shit happens. It'll be good. I will survive. That's the important part. Shit. So you can have something that is similar, but we do have like different layers. If you wanted to, you could, but it's not really recommended. Yeah, I've been diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, so this is like a autoimmune disease. Basically, it's attacking my nervous system, and thinking that it's not a good thing, and so my immune system is like, oh, you know what, this thing that is absolutely good, let's eat that. So at some point I may not be able to move, but that's fine. Yeah, for now I don't have meds, which is fine. I mean, which is just the truth. And we'll have things later. Shit. Yeah, that's similar. Not great, but similar. Yeah, I mean, for now it's fine. Let me tell you that it was the first phase, the first attack, and I'm kind of happy that they found something. I had a thing in November. I was in the hospital in November as well. Like, I've been in the hospital way too much this year. And when we did the scans, nothing showed up in November. So yeah, the symptoms this time was I lost motor function and strength in my entire right side. That scared me a bit, and then it was like night, and night on a Friday. I think Friday. Yeah, I think night on a Friday night, and I was like, yeah, well, it was Saturday night, and the next day, doctor would be closed. So I decided to just call an ambulance and just went there. But yeah, Japanese diagnosis. So that happens. But then I got back up really quickly, per se, so don't worry about it. The thing that I'm thinking is I'm fine right now. I obviously there will be complication later, but from the level of activities that I constantly have, and also the the level of brain activity that I constantly have, I should be fine. Based on the symptoms that I had for the first phase, I should be okay. And as I said, there will be moments where there will be the need for like rest and bed rest and all that, but that will just mean that I just need more vacation. So eh, 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 we're good for now. It's fine. But yeah, I had like a weird thing, you know, when you're um, you know, your knee right there, uh, your knee is supposed to bend this way. Like I should just have like a right. Your knee is supposed to do that, and my knee was doing the opposite. It was going into the ostrich knee bend, um, which is like that. I hate this. And basically, what happens is the tendon at the back was not doing the flex enough, and so that scared me. So yeah. So I couldn't walk properly, and I hate it. But yeah, shit happens. It is. It is kind of weird, but it's yeah. At least let's say that. Fuck, we are at 420 as well today. I mean, if you're here and you enjoyed the stream, please click the follow button. But we are at 420, so hey, you decide. You decide. But yeah, it was kind of hard to walk, and I basically just I couldn't. Some people that I talked about while the things was happening told me that this was like a weird thing to think about, but I couldn't double click my mouse. Like the speed and the strength I needed to press the right click and left clicks was not there. So that was weird to me. Now it's fine, but still. And this was a really weird experience for like 3 to 4 days. Losing strength in my hand, losing walking ability, all that. And then yeah. But now it's kind of fine. Like it feels better. I feel like before. I still have some instances where it feels like my brain is just slow. But yeah. Yeah. It's the thing that you're used to do on the daily that just you can't. This is the most frustrating things. And while talking to my sister about it, we were like, it's kind of like the old people of 70, 80 years old that are just frustrated all day long because they used to be able to do things and now they can't. And they're basically like an old man again. that happened. Yeah. I'm about to turn 30 this year. So yeah, and baffled, that is kind of sad. It's also good to know that if it's like cold induced, if you just layer up and you feel warmer, you can like fix things. Um, I don't know, but yeah. No, I mean turning 30 with like multiple sclerosis diagnosis, uh, so many things that just turned out to be bad. It's kind of sad. Wasn't planned on having all of these fall on me. My sister knows, my mom doesn't know. I have doubts in the necessity of telling her, mainly because I mean, I'm not in the best terms with my mom anyway, so that's one of the reasons, but still, I do feel like she's old enough. I don't want to bother her with something else that she needs to worry about. The fact that I'm like living halfway around the globe is already something that she's worrying about a lot for no reasons. So yeah, I don't know. It's a weird thing. I'm thinking about telling her, but I'm also like, eh, like what's the point if I'm telling you that I have something that I'm dying tomorrow? Eh, like what the fuck are you gonna do? You're gonna take a plane to come here? No. And if I'm telling you that I just have a thing that doesn't really bother me in terms of like living activities for now, I don't want you to worry about me when I'm far away. So like, it's the same. So I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. We're supposed to have a call sometime soon. But yeah, I don't think I will. Actually, I'm sorry. No, yeah, nah. Mm-mm. I mean, maybe I think if I move back to Europe for living, I might not go back to France. I might go to Sweden instead. Josh, hi, welcome in. How are you? Germany, I don't have the ability to speak German. I used to. A bit. Just a bit. But the sounds are way too complicated for me to have and do. So, yeah. I don't know. Yeah. One of the benefits of being in Japan for me as a French person is that most of the sounds in French are really close to the sounds in Japanese. So the transposition of sounds is fine. So speaking is okay. Reading is absolutely not an option for me for now. But still, and then when you think about Svenska or Swedish, it's simple. Overall, it's really similar to Japanese in a way in terms of grammar and like the way that the verbs exist. Like yeah. I don't know exactly how to explain these, but like I don't know. Like in French, if you think about the language in French, you have feminine, masculine words, you have multiples, singular, like past, present, future, conditional, all of that. And then when you think about Japanese, you like the verbs are either past or present. You don't have future. The words are non-gendered, and multiple doesn't really exist. It's just if you have a number in front of something, then that's multiple. But it's way simpler, and I think Svenska is kind of similar. Josh, that is a good and bad news at the same time. I'm happy that you got a job. Make sure that you don't work too much. If the like, one of the things that I did in some of the companies that I've been on is I'm working at the level I'm paid for. So if they pay me not much, I'm not working much. If they pay me much, I'm working much. That's basically it. It works. J. Walter, yes, I said Svenska. I did say Svenska. Berlin is really, I think it's really not German. I think it's touristic German, like touristic Germany, as Paris is touristic France. Like you rarely have people that says they have been in, I don't know, small towns in France and described it as France. So I don't know. And J. Walter, how far off I am from Svenska being like non-gendered, no present, future, just past. Like it's really, I think the language is really simple, right? One of the guy that I met there was, or is French, and told us that he learned the language in like a month or two. So maybe. I don't know. I feel like I missed something. And also, yeah, me being me, not being able to survive in temperatures that are above 22. No, Maddie's in Switzerland. Start with an S as well, but not the same. Yeah. Oh, Josh, that is bad. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, just apply, like massively apply to everything. Please do that. Like stay in that company for now, but I kind of want you on the daily to at least apply to 20 companies that are in your realm, just to potentially move on. Nishit, hi, welcome in. How are you? How have you been? How did I survive Japanese summer? Naked. That is, that, yeah. I bought portable fans, I bought ice packs, I bought things that I can have on me to feel colder. But yeah. Who are you talking about, Ollie? Oh, me. My bad. Sorry, my brain doesn't work right now. I am, yeah. GK, you're looking at the wrong websites. Because, yeah, there is so many. There is so many websites that have so many intercrossing job posting. Just apply to everything. But yeah. And Nishit, what do you mean? Did you slip as in physically slip and fell? That's bad. Are you okay? Ah, shit. Well, I hope you're good. Oli, OTA is good. It depends where you are located. I tried to go with OTA, but yeah. As well, Tokyo was 42 degrees this summer, most of the days. In the shadows. Was hot. 42 in Celsius. Yeah, I mean, but it's a different type of temperatures. But yeah, you're right. You're right. You're used to it. I had one interview with OTA a long time ago, and it is mainly like Canadian companies and all that. So, let me see. I'm someone who likes remote jobs, so I will just give you the links that I have. Shit. One sec. I have plenty. You will receive a massive list in a second. I just I'm just slow at typing. That's it. That's what it is. We are close to the end. Damn, I have so much fucking. Why do I have so many? I don't know. Cool. Okay. Here is a list of positions and jobs, mostly remote and shit. So you have this one, No Desk, which is mostly remote. Simply Hired, which seems to be pretty good as well. You have early stage design jobs. So this is mostly for designers, but yeah, I mean, why not? Right. Open Doors seems to have been recommended to me multiple times, so you can have that. You have Well Found, which I think I have applied to many positions here, but without really getting feedbacks. This one is new to me. It has been recommended last week. So that is new. You have Job Together. This one, I like the URL, stillhiring.today. That is pretty nice of a URL. Remote jobs, which you probably have heard of in the past. Flex job is also a thing that I do like. Remotive, I like the logo that they have because, you know, fun is fun. We like fun. And that's about it. I like how the fucking chat is just links of job boards. So I haven't checked everything. We have 12 here. I think there is one that I didn't share because it's just like remote, whatever. But yeah, there is like a ton of positions mainly for remotes because that's what I'm looking for. And this is the list that I have. Some of them I haven't tried, but like this one is pretty interesting. In terms of position, most of the things that are remote, sadly, are remote US, and I hate that, but you also have things that are not like just US. And if you're someone who is willing to move to different places or is available to like just move around, do that. Oli, you said something about Well Found. Yeah. Angelus was there. We work remotely, yes. Didn't they? Yeah. Well, we don't have this. I want to do the same thing. Like the company that I'm applying through an agency, talent agency type of thing is a Japanese company with a full remote position, which is pretty interesting. We'll see if it works. It feels like it's a fit for me as a candidate, but we'll see. We never know. So yeah, GK, that's the thing. And so Josh, if you have like any jobs in there, please apply to whatever. And yeah, OTA as well, which I didn't talk about. There is another one that is called Meet Frank, which I think is mostly EU. And it's an app, but yeah, this one is. And thank you, Oli, for the OTA website. I appreciate that. I have a weird resume, to be honest. The format that I have is not really good for ATS. So what I'm doing is I have a version of my resume in a Google Doc format with the same data, but just in a one column thing. Like everything has been formatted by Google Docs, so it works for ATS. Other than that, I have like a designer resume, which is like sleek and all that. Even though I don't like it. I need a pee because it's been 3 hours and I haven't moved from this chair. So give me like 2 minutes. I'll be back. All right. Of course, I wash my hands. um, so, I mean, it depends. I'm not heavily applying at that instant. I mean, I am more applying than expected, but I kind of never stop applying to jobs. In my previous company, I stayed for 6 years. During these 6 years, I have probably applied to 2 jobs every 2 months. So, yeah, that happens. But my ratio to interview ratio, application to interview ratio is really low because I don't really give a shit. That is a weird thing to say, I know, but this year specifically, I had planned to not work a single second while I'm in Japan. Like, that was the plan. I saved enough to have money for like a full year, doing shit every day, eating like me, and going on dates and all that. So I have saved enough.
Vision Linkos is now following.
Vision Link, thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? But in the past, let's say in the past 3 months, I haven't been freelancing at all. I'm just doing Twitch. Like, Twitch is the only income that I have, and it's like $100 a month. It's not enough. It's not enough. So yeah, like, basically, I'm getting a McDonald's meal per week with Twitch. Yay, nice. So that's it. And freelancing is not really, I'm not marketing myself well enough yet. So there's that. And then the plan was to open like a real freelancing agency type of thing for myself. And with the hospital break and all that shit, I have to think about something that is a bit more stable than freelancing for the close future. But yeah, there is no real need for me to have a job right there. So yeah. And as said, I kind of never really stop applying to jobs, even when I was employed, just to keep the habit of the interviews, like all of the questions that the hiring managers always have. That way you know exactly how to answer them and all of that. My regular application to interview ratio is probably 1 out of 3 I get an interview. For the past 6 years at least, when I was employed. There's that, and then almost on a weekly basis, I'm receiving like a LinkedIn message saying that someone is looking for a profile like mine. Even if it's like automated, this is one of the interesting metrics that you can have to know if your profile is interesting to companies or not. So yeah. And Vietnamese, what exploring are you doing? I appreciate that. Jabulis, hi, welcome on in. How have you been? It's been a while. It's been a while. So yeah, overall, one out of 3. 15 months ago, I sent 10 applications, had 8 interviews, that's neat, and 3 offers. Now I sent 60, 7 weeks, 0 interviews. Did you change something in terms of the way that you are applying? Because that, yeah. I haven't had the plague. No, I've had something else. And GK, the thing with kids, I don't have them. I don't want them either, but that's on me. They are leverage for employers to like pay you more. Technically, like you have to sustain a very specific lifestyle, and you need to provide for another human being. And kids are costing a huge amount of money. So I get it. The impatience. I get it. I really need to figure out how and why this doesn't work. Would you be able to go back to what you used to do 15 months ago? Because, as you said, like, if 15 months ago you were sending 10 applications, got 8 interviews and 3 offers with a very specific thing, and then today you change everything with like a Framer website, proper case studies, and an ATS friendly resume, and you get 0, there's probably something that is kind of fucked in the thing that you have built. So if you can try to go back to what you used to do 15 months ago with the same content, maybe you could have more results. I don't know. All right. Can you share your portfolio with me if you are okay with that? I kind of want to check it out. Hugo, I think I think I would go with Framer, obviously, because I'm biased. But let me see. I mean, if you're looking for portfolio specifically in the templates that they have, there is like plenty of options. Like now that we have that, I know that there are like cool things. The main issue I have with case studies is, depending on your job position or the job that you're looking for, case studies are not interesting at all. Like it's, yeah. If you want something that is interesting and simple, I think a blog could be easier to just scan and work with for the structure of a case study, because it's basically the same thing, right? The case study is just an article with images, text, images, text, images, text, whatever. So you could find something interesting in there, but I don't really have a specific thing. I'm seeing this and I know what that is. Does it work? No, it doesn't. It does. Yeah, these are cool. I love that. I tried to do that for my portfolio a long time ago, and then I just got rid of it. But if this is free, you can take that fucking thing, have that on your website. It's kind of cool. Anywho. Let me click on that link. But you're saying that I think the portfolio is the main issue right now because analytics tells me that I have a ton of click-through from resume to portfolio. Okay, good to know. And Josh, why is the job market so down? That is a good question. I think, I have no clue, first of all, but I think there is this thing where people have been asking for more and more and more and more money to be compensated for their work, which is good. But now a lot of people have unrealistic expectation of pay based on where they are located. And so sometimes can't work. Or the other option is, how can I say that? Like people are scared. Also, yes, with the layoffs. But I don't know. Also, a lot of I feel like a lot of people. Also, that's the bubble in which I am. But a lot of people are trying to build their own things. Oh yeah, that's the website. I remember that. I remember that. So my I mean, you know my recommendation for case studies anyways. Here you go. This is the this is what I would recommend you to check 100% for like how things are. Marco is just great. The details on some of the case studies project page, like .os, is this one is a crazy Apple-like website, but when you look at the content, right, there is way too much information. And then on another end, you also have things like, I think it's this one, where that is the case study, and you just have that section at the top and images, and that's it. And I feel like that's enough for 99% of hiring like managers. You have information about the work that you've done, previews.
Vasudevrani is now following.
Good. No more, no less. That, for me, that's the greatest presentation that you have. Vasu, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate that. So yeah, I would recommend that. And what is this? Yeah. I think I've seen the, I think I've watched this one a while back. So, let me go back there because that's where we are supposed to be. So you've done that, remember that, and then you have the kind words of all the people that you've worked with, and that is your case study. Cool. If you guys go in for width, you still have that issues right there. All right, you have a lot of informations in there. It's not a bad thing. I'm not, right? Once again, I'm not someone who reads. But it really depends on things. All right, let me see. What's your positioning? You're positioning yourself as a product designer. I'm seeing your last message saying that you have tried to get the case study super short, which I disagree. This wasn't super short at all. This is super short. This is good. What you have here is like, this one was really long for me. Yeah. I don't want to. This one is a bit better. This is a very complicated thing. So I have a feeling that your overall design style is outdated. And I just read that, which is kind of fun. I feel like this design style is really associated with Material UI, first, second generation from 2016, 2014, 2016 era, which might be the case. I don't know. You haven't really given me any time space things. I do see the difference in between this and what you have added, but if I'm trying to hire you as a designer or product designer who will do UX and UI, if the UI doesn't match my style as a hiring manager, I will probably not contact you. So, right, they feel, to me, they feel kind of outdated. And I don't not really know how to explain it. It's just looking, I mean, I should go in on Pinterest and shit, but the current state of design landing pages and all of that, which is like website design for marketing, right, is different. This is a very different realm than software design, but this is technically what people are looking at today in the trending styles. So we have like a lot of effects, a lot of illustrative things, and a lot of small details that help the user like know that there is an attention to details in that in the designer eyes, right? When you look at this one, for example, you have that small details right here, the glass, the color scheme, all of these small lines, all of that is important. And when I'm looking at yours right here, specifically this one, this is really, to me, this really feels like 2014 maybe, and like if I just take that, move it here, and I give you like a redesigned version, I think if you go for, let's duplicate that, let's do this and that. Just reusing the same things, right? And then this one, technically it's not necessary, but you know. They no left button, no left icon, no leading text, no helper, no right icon, but yes, a button. The button is going to be primary. This is not ideal, but oh, that looks like shit. Did that feels better? Shit, not bad. It's not like a, as I said, it's not like the biggest change overall, but just the fact that the navigation is in the floating environment that the input field is like closer to what we are seeing today in terms of input fields. That feels better to me. I'm trying to make sure that we can see everything at once, but it's kind of complicated. Like that shadow is not... That's one thing for this one. I'm not gonna go further on this one, but then on the other one that you have, like specifically this one, the design is same, like it's kind of the same thing. What I'm seeing on the screenshot that you have at the top, but also because it's the same as this one, there is things that are really associated to material design for me, and things that don't match together. So if I'm a hiring manager that is looking for a designer to do some visual things, and I'm finding your website, and you tell me that you're a product designer, which includes UI and UX, and then I'm seeing this, I don't know if I would call you, which makes sense because you're not getting calls. But here, for example, for this one, the details that I would change is, in terms of accessibility, you have two things that just are in the opposite side. You have the bright flags logo plus the menu that are in white, which is close to the contrast ratio. Like, I think you don't pass it. And then on the other side, you have the opposite to have accessibility. So I think you need to choose one or the other. And then here, this icon specifically, this is the material design icon for profile. And I would have like a profile picture, if that is a thing, instead of just an icon, to match with the current state of things.
PSJ Jonathan just resubscribed for 8 months. I'm in a meeting, so I'm not listening. Heya, handsome buddy. Passing by to wish you all luck.
Thanks for the resub. I know you can't hear me, but thank you. Appreciate it. And then the second thing that just jumps to me, but that's a me thing, right? Don't worry about it. That's a me thing. Your tags or badges or chips or whatever you want to call them are rounded inside of a square input field, and that is breaking my brain. Like, no. That's a no. Also, they look gray. They are very gray. So the entire UI that you have is a blue base. Like, this title is a blue base black, but this is a very red base black. So all of that is like, there are things that don't work together, or at least they don't work together in my head. And I feel like these, if it doesn't work for me, it doesn't work for other people. And right, details. And this is cool. Like, this is current trend design, which makes sense. But then you compare this and that, and it doesn't match. Like, these badges or chips, that, like, the fact that you have multiple different things, kind of, I don't know. One of the things that I recovered today is this. This is a design that I made in 2014, 2015. It's bad. To me, right now, it has way too much things that just don't make sense. The accessibility of the text doesn't work. This thing should be better, whatever. The line height is absolutely horrendous for me. But overall, I'm sorry to say that, but overall, it feels more up to date here than what I've seen there. And this is work from 2014 from me. I know the line height is just like crazy. It shouldn't exist. Shouldn't be that much. Like, what? Why the fuck do I have so much fucking space at the top? I don't know. I have no clue. Anyways, this being that from 2014 seems still relevant-ish, with like a bit of a fix here and there, like changing the line height, making sure that the accessibility for the contrast ratio was there. And like, this is something that I made last year. And it's kind of similar. It's not identical, but it's kind of similar. So, yeah, I don't know. So what I'm saying, I've been rambling for a bit. What I'm saying with this one is, if you are presenting yourself as a UX first designer, I will not be as critical of your UI skills, right? But if you are presenting yourself as a product designer, then I'm critiquing. Yeah, I'm taking a look at both your UX skills and your UI skills. So maybe, and if that's fine with you, maybe it could be more interesting to remarket yourself as someone who is doing the UX things with the ability to do basic UI, because as you said, UI is something that you are struggling with right now. And then with that thing marketed, that might work. Like, yeah, same thing here. You see, here you have like a very rounded thing. Here you don't. I feel like these mistakes makes the person that watch your website or go on your website a bit scared. Like, as I said last time, the top is really cool. You have something that is really up to date-ish up until that color. But it feels like something. I don't know. Does that make sense to you? Or am I off and you don't want to do that? But you tell me. I also feel like there is too much text. Once again, me being me, not reading shit. I feel like there is like way too much stuff that I would never really read. Like, this is me. You have my title, you have some work, and then you have the description that you have at the top. Have a good rest of your morning, Molly. Thanks a lot for being here. I appreciate it. Yeah. You know, this one is really... This is more natural. This is just... I needed to fit the fucking space. So, you say 95% of your work has been UX centered and more strategic. So I think you should market yourself as someone who has the ability to do UX and strategy more than UI. Yeah, if you are looking for more UI work, I would just showcase UI work. Like technically, I am a product designer who does both. I do UX and UI because I don't really have a choice. But when you're looking at things and case studies that I have, I just have a small description of the shit that I did, which is ChatGPT generated because I can't write for shit. And then you just have the visuals. That's it. No more, no less. One of the things that I do love, though, in case studies is the ability to see the live version of the thing that I'm talking about. So here I should have like a link to the Foxy website, which is not the case, but it should. And I always feel like if you have the ability to showcase the thing that you've worked on in a live version, like in a published production version, that is always a benefit. Like always a very, very good thing to have, because it proves that the thing that you've built are production ready and still out there at the time. So Foxy is an app that I worked on in 2014, 2015 as well, and it still works and still there. It's great. Yeah. I I don't agree with the moving away from UX-centered positions. I mean, I kind of do, but I don't. I'm thinking. 1 second. Brain is processing things. I think hiring managers do not know what UX is. You think I lost frames? Let me check that. Yep, I did. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah, you better have both, Hugo. I do agree with that. And Chipolis, I kind of agree with that, but as I said that yesterday, I said that every day, almost. If you are a great UX designer and you have no knowledge of UI, you're good. If you are a great UI designer and you have no knowledge of UX, you are not a great UI designer. You are an illustrator, but you do not know how UI works. So UX designers have the ability to not know the UI side. UI designers do not have the privilege of not knowing that. Like dribble designers that are just doing things that looks amazing, but not functional are not good designers. And designers that only do things that are extremely functional but not good looking are good UX designers. And they just need to be paired with a good UI designers that understand the requirements. So if the company that you're working for has the ability to hire two very distinctive people, one for the UX, one for the UI, then you're good. But that also means that the company that you need to apply for is a company that has a ton of cash to be able to have two employees for the price of like two different salaries. So yeah. I think also that's what my brain was saying while I was thinking. Currently, hiring managers, and for the longest time, in companies that have hiring people, these people have no fucking knowledge of the jobs that they are hiring for. They know they have a rough idea of what job title is. And sometimes that rough idea is really rough and it doesn't really exist. So a hiring manager that is looking for a designer, product designer, UI designer, UX designer, sometimes the only thing that they hear is designer. And the only thing that they think about is, oh, a designer is someone who does things that looks cool. And then they arrive on a portfolio of someone that is more or less a UX designer, so more strategic, more functionality centered. And they're like, oh yeah, no, that's not for us. That doesn't work. It's not good looking. Can't work. So, the example that you have with Salesforce and HubSpot is kind of skewed. You don't have alternatives to Salesforce or HubSpot that have the exact same amount of functionalities and presence in the market just yet. Triple is there is when you have a startup, for example, and the product team is trying to hire someone like a designer, they don't have a specialist inside. So they're looking for things that seems to be good in their head for the job title that they're looking for. And they usually don't know what the fuck that is. So that's why I'm saying if you target like big ass company, they have enough cash to hire like, I think I said that in the past, but there are designers at Google, small company, I know, that have been working on 16 icons for 2 years. That exists. Not more. But yeah, it's like Google has hired icon designers, specialists to build things. Like they have a pack of, I don't know, devices. They've been working on that for 2 years and refining and making sure that it works and it aligns with the current trends and all that. Maybe sometimes they have like a new fucking icons that pop in. But yeah. So, and baffled if you still have the link, send it again. I want to check it out. So that a thing, right? So you said, would you recommend a redesign in light mode? No. I wouldn't really recommend a redesign in light mode. I would do something that is more aligned with what you want to do, and something that is more aligned with you. So some of the examples that I shared yesterday. 1 second. I shared that. Neat. That type of design right here, simple, functional, minimalistic, not trendy, all of that, great work. Would highly recommend to like check that out. Like the design of this is really simple. It's black and white. You don't have much details in there, but it just works. It's nice. And you could go for something similar to this. It doesn't really require you to have extensive knowledge of UI. It's still good. You did, indeed. It's pretty good. There is a perceived thing that happens. So, okay, 1 second. It's pretty nice. You did indeed come real close. Right, this is the original. As far as I remember, that's yours. So it's pretty cool. It's interesting how you made that. But yeah, that's nice. You did good. You did good. Use the picker. Use the pickers. It's better than eyeballing, but it's a great exercise to eyeball. I do agree with that. So GK, one of the things that I could tell you is if you have a website that is simple, like the one that I just shared, which is like really what I call blueprint style design, then if it's made properly, the person that comes in is like forced to look at the content and not the website. When you have something that is designed, then the person will be distracted by the design. Some of the examples that we've had in the past, and let's see if I can check some of these. We talked about that yesterday, but right, something like this, like details things, even though it's not much, it's still something that someone that goes on the website will notice as, oh, there is a cool shit going on in the back, right? If you go in here, it's the same thing. Like there is like a lot of glow, there is a lot of colors here and there, and the eyes will be attracted to the colors, obviously. So with that, you don't really think about the content, but you think about the visuals, and that might not be exactly what you need. I don't know. Let me see. The one I shared is from, nope, not this one. It's from this person. So that's their account. and they have like a ton of shit. They have, as I said, they have like really current trend design, but also things that they are trying to build that is kind of different, and that's fun. I don't know. Anyway, let's go back here. Let me see. I don't even need to go here. I need to go there. That is what I need to do now. I need to show you some of the shit I do. Like this is the current trend, okay? Most of the websites that are built today by designers on Twitter are this. It looks cool. Is it practical? I don't think so. But when I am a CEO of a company that is looking at other product on the market, and I'm seeing that fucking landing page, and I'm like, baby, I'm blown away. Visually speaking, I will then contact the company, ask them, who was your fucking designers? Can I hire them? If they say yes, that designer that built these things is hired. But that's because the CEO doesn't know shit. It's not the marketing manager that do understand what is behind it. So, yeah. And yeah, this is one more linear landing page. Like this one is really cool to me. I don't even know if I can still load that. I think this project has a blueprint version. Once again, it's 22. My internet connection is just dead. So I don't know. Let me kill that. Damn, it's taking ages. It is dead. Anyways. This is a fun landing page. It's different than what we've seen, and the only thing that changes, or what makes it stand out, is the fact that they have like a cool 3D effect at the top. There is like a lot of things in there that I'm not saying that it's good, but it's just I'm trying to see if I can find something that is similar to what you have shared earlier, because I know that I have old design in there that could give you an idea of how and why I'm associating some of the things that you have on your portfolio to here. Kind of this one, but it's not exactly the same thing. Anyways, let's forget about that. If you focus on functionality for your landing page, that's good because you would be hired for functionality. If you focus on visuals for your landing page portfolio, you will be hired for visuals. There is nothing wrong with using a template if you happen to find like a Framer template or something else template that you like, visually speaking, that would help you to just make or have your case studies highlighted. I would highly recommend you to do that. Like just find a template that looks cool to you, that works for you, buy it, use it if it's free, and then just have content in there and see if the content was the issue or if the template that you use for your website was the issue. As you said, you have a lot of click-through from your resume to your portfolio, and that might be like as we said, the portfolio might be the issue. So yeah, I don't know. It's but I do get it. It's a not so great situation where you're trying to get a job and it doesn't work. Like my main issue for me is not even the look of my website, is having content on my website. Like I have no fucking case studies because I hate it. But yeah, one of the things that we've been saying for a long time as well is on your portfolio you should have things that you want to do, not things that you have done and don't want to do again. Right? So one of the examples that I give often, if this works and loads, please just load. Cool. On my Behance profile, which is old, there now I have limited the thing that is there, but there used to be things like digital illustration, branding that are like not great, website design that are currently good but not great. But technically this one is kind of associated with the style that you have. Like this is the old website that they used to have, which is really material design 2012, 2014 type of thing. Then I redesigned it with something that is like cleaner, but it's still old. This is still like 2015 design type of thing. So it's better, but it's not great. And so all of these things that I used to have on my profile, I got rid of them because these are not the things that like I want to be contacted for. So I got rid of it. So if there are things, like if currently you are thinking about moving from UX to UI, then you need to create things that are UI related and showcase the things that are UI related. If it is complicated for you to showcase content that is not content that you have built in the past, just go into a fake client or fake brief, whatever. If you haven't tried it out, do that. And just generate like a, I don't know. You're looking for a website, generate brief, cool. That's it. Do something for that. Like Caddy is looking for a website called earful.com and a new homepage for the website with that color. Do that.
Digui OFC is now following.
Digui? DGUI? I don't know. Hi, welcome on it. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate that. Tell me how I should pronounce your name. DG? Digui? Diggy? I don't know. So yeah, fake client can help you. I know it's a lot of work to like go on and create something from scratch for a fake client, but that could help. And some of the reference or example that I give is these things, like No Mercy is a thing that we've done on stream. Mom is a thing that we've done on stream. That this and this have been projects from a long time ago that I haven't touched at all. I mean, in years. And it's just I created a bento to have like a bit of a preview, but the content is like empty as fuck. And that's it. Like I'm not... These two, I mean, this one is real. This one is under construction. This one is real. And this one hasn't seen the light of day as a project. But it's still on my website. as a potential preview of something that I did. I can call you DGs. Cool. How did you find the stream? That is the question. So yeah, I don't know. And no, it's not how your site look to me. It's how this site looks to me. Like this is, to me, this is old design. Not much old, but still old. Like some of the thing that happens is, in the recent years, we've been like cycling through soft corner radius to fully rounded to going back to slightly rounded corner radius for your elements, but we haven't moved back to sharp. And here you have a lot of things that are very, very sharp. So all of that give me, or is associated in my head with things that are dated to the last time we had sharp design. It is kind of limiting their sharp design. And it's currently like only extremely high luxury websites that are using sharp design. Other than that, it's old websites. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Hackathon could be really interesting as well. But that design is cool. I'm not gonna lie there. This website header is great. I have an issue with that color, but that's a me thing. If you like that color, use that. Yeah, that header is cool. So the thing with UX UI hackathon is that they don't exist. The thing is, you go into a dev hackathon and you just propose your skills in design. It's just like, you look at hackathons that are happening and you're like, yeah, I'm a designer, I want to be part of one of the teams. And you will have like a bit of an advantage in a way, visual advantage on the rest of the teams, because the rest of the teams are just like back-end devs. Sorry. Yeah. And yeah, the dev will say no, but then there is one team that say yes, and maybe that's the team that wins because the design was cool. You know, we never know. So yeah, can do that. But GK, just to finish up on the things, you should redesign the marketing and positioning of yourself. The website itself is fine. It's not the greatest website I've seen, but the website itself is fine. The header is fine. The cards themselves are good. The behaviors is okay. It's not the best thing. As I said, I think there is like way too much text when I arrive here. Like, for me, I don't even know if I can do that. I forgot how to do that, but that's fine. Um, this is weird. Okay, that's a positioning thing, but I should have just turned on design mode. I forgot how to do that. Um, these are statements. I just, because I read the thing. Yeah, these are I statements, which is not great. I'd do that. I would align it better, but first of all, I would do that. And then on these, oh shit, they are images. Ah, damn. I would get rid of the entirety of everything that is not the title for these cards. So just have the image and the title, and all of that is just noise. The reason why I'm saying this is because these texts, because they are in images and shrinked or shrunk, they are way too small to be read. So this is just noise that bring discomfort to the user. Like, that's not good. Flex. Hi. Ah, il est midi pour toi, donc ça va. I'm French as well. I mean midi, il est 2 heures. Si t'as des questions en français, n'hésite pas à les poser en français. Je répondrai en anglais pour tout le monde. Mais si t'as des questions en français, n'hésite pas. So yeah, I just get rid of the noise. I think that's the main thing here. And then these paragraphs are just massive. I appreciate that you've made the scroll like basically 2% to just like allowing me to read that. But dang, that's a lot of content. So yes, there is that, and then just limiting the amount of things that the user needs to think about. I'm gonna go to my usual website, Lapa, because that is where we live. That is Tate's. Cool. Let me see if I can find someone's portfolio. Designer portfolio like this one is pretty simple as well. That is neat. That is simple. I don't want you to create something that is identical, obviously, but just to have like a bit of an idea of something that could work in terms of structure and content would 100% 100% help, I think. All right. So this one, right? What do? Who are they? Cool. With a fucking fat ass French name. That is a very, very French name. What the fuck do? They are an art director and a designer. Cool. I know exactly what they do. It's there. I have information about where they are based and what other things they do. Cool. And then there is more content, and then there is projects and shit. But yeah, all that. What's the font? The font is Migra. All right. Never heard of it. There's a free version. Damn. Here. Take the font. So that's right. That's what they do. Cool. We have that. Then here, you arrive on that website, and that's their name. It's tiny. Cool. What do? They craft product and interaction, and they craft products, interactions, and stories. So they are a designer at Discord, and they are based in Toronto. Cool. That's it. I don't need more than that to know what they do. And now I have the exact idea in my head that what I will see will be high interaction, which I can already see because of the highlights and tiny things. But right, that's the idea. Cool. Going back here, same thing. Made with love and purpose. I have no fucking clue what they do. Then I'm reading this, and they say that they are a design leader with over 8 years of experience. Cool. I know what that means. I don't know what they do. And I'm seeing this, and I'm like, yeah, fine, cool, right, whatever. Same thing here, right? It's just the French redeem will not happen again. They really have like a thing that is minimalistic in terms of what you see when you arrive on the website for the first time. So that's why I limited the content right there. I do like that your cards are further up than most of the other one that we just saw. But all of that, right? Really simple. All of this is just like effects, which, unless they are a dev, probably not made by them. Anyways, this one, cool. What the fuck do? They are a digital design director. That's it. I know what they do. I don't need more than that. And now I can see the design director position in advertising, in UI and UX, and in all of these bitches things. It's fun. See what I mean? So when I'm here and I'm arriving on your website and I have your name, I know you do product design right there. It might be too small. I think you could potentially like switch, have the Kim here and the product design here. Whatever. Both change. And then you have some content, and then you have kind words. Cool. Just make sure that you have something that is detail-oriented. Like, as I said, these cards, rounded. These two columns, rounded but cropped. That's not a good look. Someone will see something and feel like, okay, that person doesn't really pay attention to details. Not great. As a designer, not great. So, oh yeah, it was way too many effects. I do agree with that. And the background was made with probably 3JS or things like this. So don't worry about it. It's fine. Um, trying to think about things. Lol. What the fuck? I've had like feedbacks on this website as well, saying that some of the things that I have are not really good in terms of interactions, which I agree. Like these are kind of weird. But yeah, like it's simple. You have what we call the value proposition right there. What we do, whatever. So there's a lot of things that needs to happen on the website when you arrive on it for the first time that currently isn't, at least for me, it isn't working. Yes, Ashley? Well, all right, cool. Send me the question when you remember it, you know, later. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. But yeah, GK, I hope that helps. At least the most important thing for me, for you to do is to really market yourself as the person that you are, and not yet as the person that you want to be, even though that could be good. But if you feel that you're lacking in UI, don't showcase UI work, or don't say that you have the skills in UI work just yet. Once again, the assignment Tuesday will help you to get better at UI in terms of grasping how to do some of the things that we have at our disposal in design tools. But once again, if the current state of the work that you have done in the past is 100% or 99% UX based, showcase that. And then if you really want to move into UI work, do some fake clients, generate things that just, I don't know, that you could be known for. I don't know. Like there is someone on Twitter that I'm following that has been building and showcasing, sharing buttons for about a year, and they are just great buttons, but they just show buttons. Sometimes they show like a bit of a design of a page with a button in it, but most of the time is a fucking button. And it worked. They have worked with that because people see that the details that they put into the buttons is good enough for a designer. So you could do the same thing. Like if you really like, I don't know, profile pages, maybe you decide to start something and you design a profile page per day for 50 days. And you share that every time. Could it work? I don't know. I'm tired. So a lot of things can happen. That's what I'm saying. Just you need to find what makes it work for you, and what else you can do, and it will be okay. It will be okay. Shit. I did. 1 second. I don't know what OFL fonts are. Is it OFL as an open font library? Oh yeah, that's what I was about to say. There is this website called Font Share that is pretty good. I think I shared it yesterday. Did that not work? Shit, that didn't work. Damn it. That. Font Share is pretty good. It has nice content, and they are, I think, open and free. So yeah, do that. I think that would work. Anyways, we're rating Oli because it's been a while and he's live now. That I'm not. Soon. Gonna be in bed. Anyways, the VODs will happen to be also on YouTube, on top of Twitch. To be able to get the news and all that for the assignments, make sure to join the Discord, follow me on socials and all that shit, you know, the classic things. I shall be back on Monday at 6:30 p.m. Japan time. So, depending on where you are, that changes the time, obviously. And yeah, as always, I said bitch a lot. All of that has been said a lot. It's fine. I will tell you to give me money another way, and yeah. Anywho. Enjoy the rest of your day. And I will see you on Monday. Yeah. Bye.